How much time lasts? What? What? I'm crunchy? What? Ah! Okay, 1 second. Let me see how to fix it. Oh, this is weird. Alien data mode. Is this better? Probably not. Oh, this is weird. Okay, let me see. Perfect, good now? Okay, great then. Let me unfreeze. Heck, what the heck? Okay, nice. Why am I still frozen? The cables. My 50 USBs on my laptop. Yeah, still frozen. I see myself, yeah. It's Saturday Monday, yes! I'm fine, I'm good. I'm not frozen anymore. Hello! How you doing today? It's Saturday Monday! How are you? I'm doing good. I had backlit with tuna right before the stream. Yeah, this time I didn't forget to eat, but I did have some snacks here on the table. Did you have breakfast? Why do you think I wake up? I told you I wanted to fix my sleeping schedule, and I'm fixing it! I took a nap today, but it's because I woke up very early. I woke up at like 10 a.m. Then I took a nap, and I woke up at 2 p.m. I had 2 breakfasts, yes. Both were sweet, but it's fine. Yesterday I had oats with fruit for breakfast. It was a healthy breakfast. I'm doing the transition to be healthier. But it's a slow transition, okay? Sometimes I want my pancakes and my brownies. I mean, Grandma made pancakes. I can't tell her no. I can't say no to pancakes. And something green in the food? Oh, well. There is a juice here. Is pineapple, pear, apple, and kale juice. It's like a smoothie juice. It has green. The kale? Kale? How do I pronounce it? Kale? Kale? That green thing? That's somewhat green. Yeah! I mean, pears and apples are green too, and they. And yes, I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing? How are you Stardust doing? Tell me. Almost po people, almost the acai juice. Hi Nina, hello. I'll do this too. I'm always looking forward for playing Ace Attorney every week. Working, hope my boss don't catch me. Oh no! Am I bad for your work? I'm sorry. I hope he doesn't catch you either. Having burger? Oh really? I haven't had a burger maybe one more than 1 week. See? I told you, I'm healthier now. I don't have burgers anymore. It's in the past. No burgers. It's over. No burgers. 1 week? What did you do today? I told you I don't have them that often. What the heck? They just like bullied me with that. It's like an inside joke, but I don't have them so often. I don't know why you like to assume I do. Don't project your unhealthy habits on me. No, no burgers! I'm okay without burgers! I'm doing well! I had my pancakes. I had my pancakes instead. Oh, no burgers! I'm being free, Dito! Dito is free and she doesn't... Well, I mean... If my brother came here and gave me a burger, I wouldn't say no, but... Okay! Well, burgers are delicious, but... Yeah, they are! They are! But I only have them when my brother buys... well, he doesn't buy them. He just gets them for me. Okay, so shall we start? Shall we start? Ace 20. Ace 20. Will this be another long stream? I wonder. How many trials did we do in this DLC case already? Like 3? We were incurred like 3 times already? There's still a bit to go. A bit means a lot or not. 2? I think we've been 3 times in court already. I think we've been 3 times, yeah. Another investigation, let's go! Another investigation then. There's still more. Okay, interesting. This case is very interesting, so okay. This is my experience longest case in this series. Wow. Okay. So shall we start? Like this one. Okay. There we go. Oh no, it opens in the wrong window. Let me fix it real quick. Okay. Now the sound. Not too loud, not too quiet. The game's similar. And we're good to go. Oh, it's the wrong window. I don't know why it happens. It's so annoying. Okay, sound is good? It sound good? Continue. Sound is good. Okay. Episode 5, Rise from the Ashes. Day 3, trial later. Okay, it's this one, right? Yes, I think so. Wait, what's this? May? Yes, May 1st. It has to be this one. Yes. Let's go. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Do you remember what happened? What was the last that happened? We talked to Lana Sky for a little and with Emma, and they were talking about the SL9 incident and the fact that Emma participated in there too, and we didn't know anything about that till now. Yes, that is what I remember from what happened. And now we are in court again. Okay. Hello! Thank you for the tip, Nana. Morning! Good morning! Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Oh my god. Please, man. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know, you're a petrol man. Stop drinking in court! As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling winds calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edwards described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Is this correct? Yeah, do you remember? Marshall was pretty suspicious. According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? A desperado soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. What the heck? Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. Oh no! Do I have to cross-examine this guy? It's happening! Oh no! In plain old English. This will be hard. My job was to keep a wary eye on that one orchard. Orchard? They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at the street side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Okay. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for you, bird, but you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras on the ID card reader. Okay. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? Doohickeys? He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses, now don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. I didn't want this, okay. Oh, by the way, I think I have the window opened. I will close it so the kids outside don't hear me yelling. Wait a second. I'm here. He's all yours, Riro. I didn't ask for that. I didn't ask for this. Okay, let's go. Hold it! How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still. Even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who entered the recordings. You entered them? Videos of nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape. If nothing unusual is recorded, tapes are to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I'd erase a tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life. This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good. So, in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room. Ah, but you did! I have proof that you did! But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? heard a word I say, partner? I said... I told you that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. What you talking about? No desperado I now lets rules get in his way. No desperados I know join the police force. So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime... Just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. I'm not sure about that. There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner, can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. How does this guy avoid being fired? Hold it! I used to be a detective, so you've used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course. Back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence. Slam! And yet you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism? Sorry, partner, I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works. That's quite incredible. The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too. At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place? A street-side salon? What were you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. I had spaghetti yesterday for dinner with cheese. It was like mac and cheese, but like... spaghetti and cheese. No, not even Angel's steak lunches can beat that Parlor's Van Gogh sepia pasta. I never tried that. Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles? Me during streaming. Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson. That's strange. This is usually where Edward says, did you not want a raise this year? Hold it! Out of ammo, Officer Marshall? That's right, partner. Or else you'd call it evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, then you'd better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time, but I have some interesting evidence against you, Marshall. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset. One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything. Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that. Apparently your superiors don't. Okay, I have a trump card up my sleeve, so I'd best keep my cool. Before I use it though, I'd better up the Okay. How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just made sure nothing moved on the security camera monitor. Oi. Even time dice in there? Yes, okay. I remember that. What the heck? I know this already. Ah, have finished? Okay. Okay. So, what can I present and where? Supposed to make security systems. just don't know. Like, maybe I do know what I have to present, but I don't know. I don't know to which exact phrase because I don't understand it. Oh fuck. Marshall's fingerprints found on a bloody handprints left in the evidence room. The print had been whipped. Yes, I can present this. Yeah, where to present? Yeah, that's my question. Okay, let me save. Okay, yes, I think I will present it here. Objection! Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. No, you will have to explain yourself now. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects, that is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. I only wish it were, officer. Which you see. Your fingerprints were covered in blood! Witness, what's the meaning of this? Is the cactus related to this? I wouldn't be surprised. Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene? The blood was whipped away. However, a luminal test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall? About the blood-stained fingerprints? Very well. You may begin your testimony about your fingerprints, found at the scene of the crime. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in the evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The blood stain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. The witness's explanation appears valid. Although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something, I can feel it. Yes, I can feel it too. Now's my chance to prove it! Blood-stained fingerprints. Hold it! That's because you, how did you put it, pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It would be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently, his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. Okay. Okay. Updated? What exactly was updated? Ah, okay. A Marshall's own locker. Yes. So then, what about the bloody handprint? Handprint wasn't mine. It's no mystery. Please explain. My locker is covered with my fingerprints. It just so happened. By chance, huh? The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward for a meal with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? The blood stain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Unrelated? They're as different as night and day. Kinda like cereal and cereal. One's got to deal with breakfast while the other is a type of murder. He's right, although seemingly alike, they're totally different. I don't see what homonyms have to do with this. How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a blood stain on the scene, thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found in Detective Gumshow's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer, wearing gloves, happens to place their hands on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? This seal of blood in the desert is just like food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. Security tape. So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. But you could have deleted anything. You were the one who did the stuff, who was in charge of that. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. Too bad it doesn't mean the video. What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. Objection! Yeah, Marshall should be familiar with the camera's position. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now. Show evidence. Yes, show evidence! I have evidence! It is in the video. I remember that. I remember. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. I remember this. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake I want! Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us this incriminating evidence of the witness. Yes, I will! Fast forward. Yes. The freaking video game. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah, this song again. Uh-huh. Uh-huh! Take that! Slim! Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. Slam! You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. Your mistake for telling it was your locker. That locker with the white cloth sticking out. Now, that was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Oh, the white cloth is gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then, it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. And you lied in court. Order! Order! It would seem that's the... Hold your horses. Sorry, partner. But you got the wrong man. How? How can you explain this? So what if my locker was opened? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. There was literally no other person who could have opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. No, Marshall, no. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. No. Why is Sharon staring at me like I'm a wanted man? Marshall, you should have at least paid attention to the court. You made a grave mistake. Okay. This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say I opened that locker. Now prove it! I mean... Okay. Present. Fingerprint sensor? But we talked about that in court, didn't we? We talked about this earlier today. He wasn't here. He didn't know, really? He didn't know. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks, like Marshall. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? What is he eating? I only got... What the heck? No! beef jerky? Yeah, I thought it was a jerky as well. Order! Witness, explain yourself. I want jerky now. If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard. It wasn't a joke. I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Jerky. Ole! Judge, why? Please answer the question. What is he now, a bullfighter? That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here. We can? Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet, Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right, the only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the... For real? Officer Marshall was standing right here? So, Officer Meekins didn't notice him standing there. That's almost as credible as Meekins' warp theory. Your chamber's empty, partner. Better reload. Okay, I wasn't right. Now they're ganging up on me. I thought I did a big brain move, but I didn't. Yes, save. You were already surprised, weren't you? I saw that oh my in chat, the surprise oh my. Perhaps you should think a little more about where Officer Marshall was. Okay. I mean, in his locker. Here. Where else? Yeah? So Officer Meekins didn't notice him standing there. What do you mean? What do you mean not there? What do you mean dot? What? Why are you dotting? Officer Marshall? I'm fucking losing this trial! I don't know! Where else could he be? Alright, you choose killer, but the killer is Meekins? Oh! What? Okay, I got it mixed up. Okay, makes sense. Yeah, that's what I meant at first. Oh my god. I just mixed up the killer and the victim again. There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Correct, unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. Pow! It was you dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Oh, and that's why he didn't show the card, because the photo is different, right? Yeah, makes sense. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me. It's because of the photo. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Exactly. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Mickens would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You've got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your bird, but see me complaining, use another phrase! Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. Desert heat. It's gonna be happening. It's so obvious he is the one. What can I do? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? Phew. For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside of the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as a Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Very well. Let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth and let me save just in case. Yes. Please show us why the witness had to open his locker. The white cloth. I mean, isn't it the coat he was wearing? Oh, yeah, because it was bloody! I get it now! Okay. Rewind. Pause. Uh-huh! For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that. So you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Now then, Officer Marshall. Are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were the only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did, all of it. All right. It seems the time has come. Marshall's confession. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. Okay, hold it. When you say it's, you mean... Do you even have to ask, partner? The SL9 instance. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time, no matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? Because of the past. That day was my last chance. That's why I... Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera. And the detective's ID card? I stole it the morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean their fingerprint-activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a one-in-a-million type of person. Poor Meekins. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I have to think a little more about his race this year. And did Edward get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Ah, you meant this one? I don't know what to say. Oh my god. So you knocked Officer Meekins out and managed to escape. I knew a chairs wouldn't be caught on camera. So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. And then, yeah, we saw that, didn't we? So what you're saying is, on that day... no murder. But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So, you stole the evidence from the locker? Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. By the way, speaking about that, I remember that we still don't know whose ID is the first one, the 77777. Who hacked this? Because that doesn't look like an actual ID. We have all the names but that one. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. Why? But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out. But there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Yeah, the false evidence. The forged evidence, yes. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. I'd better take another look at the files. On the files? Oh fuck! The files. These. Okay. Perpetrator Joe Dark. Crime, serial murder. Sentence, death. Victims: Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Chip Bates. Neil Marshall! Oh! He's related to Marshall. And prosecutor am I Sedgworth? Witnesses. Okay! Okay! We know the reason now. Investigators. Head investigator. Jake Marshall, Angel Star. Okay! Okay! Okay. I see how it is. There's any murder? Yes. Okay. You know why? Yes, I know why! Oh, heck. Yes. I skipped it accidentally. Yes. I know why! Let me just check once again. What page is it? Second page, victims. Okay. Because I feel like I will be asked about that. Yes, present. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. He received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? They must be talking about the King of Prosecutors award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands. But what's his real relation to you? He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant. the then deputy chief of police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother found Drake and was killed. That was the first time Drake left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed, at least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happens at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day of the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It's got to be more than just that. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office's parking lot was the real one. Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky. Objection! But wait! A verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incidents at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. It seems to me these boys got the job on you, partner. All of the mysteries of the police department have been resolved. No doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Sky. The testimony of one Miss Angel Starr is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. That's not a response, Phoenix! Screw you, Edgeworth. Screw you, Edgeworth. I rest my case. It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There is no doubt that what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Huh. Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant... Hold it! There we go! Your Honor, wait! Emma, the defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor, in a sense. Please, Your Honor. All I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edwards, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings. Now that she mentions it, the names of both Sky sisters were in that file. That's when I figured it out. Let me check it once again. Witnesses, they both were witnesses, okay. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshow's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. So did you find something? No. Huh? Sorry. I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incidents at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be... Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. If ever I've needed to concentrate, it's now. Let me save. What could be wrong with that handprint of Detective Gumshow's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? I object. It didn't appear on the video. I remember that. It had to be at 4:20 when the person with the 7777 number card entered. This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intensely at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. With all this evidence here, there's got to be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans? An item? This? A piece is missing? Unstable jar? It's bloody for some reason. It could be this. As they say back west, even a blind man can hit with buckshot. That is, so long as he's facing the general direction. Seems Mr. Right not sure which direction to face. Don't punish me! Oh, I didn't get punished, right? Nice. Okay. Okay, let me see. Something that wasn't drawn? The blue badger? Actually, yes. What about that piece of plywood? The blue badger, mascot of the police force. Yeah, it could only be the jar or the blue badger. Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The blue badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. Oh, yes, he was exactly at that spot. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Yeah. Well, what? Ugh. That's right. So long as the blue badger is dancing here, it will be impossible to place a handprint at these spots on the locker. What? So that means... Just exactly what does that mean? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker. Don't look at me, I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it scientifically. Emma, someone was there before. And that afternoon, Officer Mickens was the one who brought the blue badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the blue badger was brought in? Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. It might sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape taken by the security camera. Officer Mickens cut his hands, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is the other time. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. Oh, this is going crazy. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. I have some evidence to show you. When did the first incident occur? To summarize, the defense claims that Prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right, the blood mark on the locker proves it. Very well, then tell us, when did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? I'm pretty sure what it is, but I will save just in case. Yes. I think I showed to you earlier. This. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card. Oh! The ID card record! Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Ah! Oh, Sedgeworth. I never would figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. No, I mean, no. What are you talking about? No, this is not what I was talking about. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. Poor edgy boy. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminol test the blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. I mean, yes! Why are they all accusing Edgy Boy? Let's look at the chart again. This one is so obvious! Come on, Judge! There's only one other card number remaining. 7777. I mean, it's the most suspicious one! Why do you go against Edgy Boy? I feel offended. But, like... Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 77777. Mr. Edgeworth, please take in a look. Please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 777773. That's 17 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who's a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. But that's ridiculous. Just how? I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There's one situation in which we can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge. You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question. Yes? No, not you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. You're a little executive. Lana? Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course, we've looked up her ID number, and it's not 7777. Don't blame me for a fool, partner. That's not what I wanted to ask. All I wanted to know is one thing about that incident. The forged evidence. The SL9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least I did. Lana, I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we have to do in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana, even if it involved forging evidence. Yeah, I'm not surprised at this. I predicted it. See? That's what I'm talking about. No. No! Oh, poor edgy boy. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, the people. Lana's remarks caused such the chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. Conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. Oh my god. Oh my god. To be continued. Yes. Poor Reggie, yes. Reggie didn't deserve this. I mean, I can empathize with Lana, and I also can empathize with Edgy Boy. This is a situation. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone heard about these killings but me. Anna wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother. He left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. Oh god. So that means you? Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. It happened 2 years ago, just right about this time of the year too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage. But before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. I saw, then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. A permanent picture. I do remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about when he was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. Yes, I'm sure he didn't know. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true. Even though he might not have known it, Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. What did you see in the instant that crime occurred? Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. Oh, fool. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently, I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma, you've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago. You must have been 14. That's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight the crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at the time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor? Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happens at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective. I'd better have another talk with her. Very interesting! We are discovering a lot of new stuff. This is an endless case. Okay, police department entrance. Howdy, Bambino. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things turned out this way when I woke up this morning. ¿Qué será, será? You never know where life leads you, eh, Bambina? I should know my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why the prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. Other detectives thought so. What do you mean, fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's. Alright. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. A question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there is a good chance the knife was not in the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How How old was he, your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the king of prosecutors. I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right, it was the day of the evidence transferal. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall, there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently, someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. Of course. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambino. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye. The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second-in-command, Lana Skye. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was the detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. On a secret? It all started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrol man after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you. When you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. Ugh. Yeah, we're discovering a lot of stuff, a lot of new information. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things seem kinda quiet around here today. You're right, the chief of detectives seems the same though. Why don't we look for some other people to talk to? Right, we can come back here later. Okay. Lana. Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing a fool. Why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details? Especially about that unusual change of jobs. I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. Okay. Time to discover more stuff. He will be selling lunch boxes too? Oh. Yes, just like Miss Star. Angel Star. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trials today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Em. I mean... They did stick to the truth. Because the right person was convicted. And that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is... At 5:15, there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Mr. said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. I want you to tell us. Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before. Huh. I'm having my suspicions on the orange guy. Well, what was his name before? Damon Gant. Detective Lana Sky. It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. We still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before their reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was a serial killer. Killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of crime was me. Now you tell us. Damon Gans and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gans and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gans and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gans and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Oh. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. How did you do? What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her after all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident? That's right, quite a coincidence. I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Okay! Okay then, let's do that. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. If you're looking for others, they're all in the conference room. Oh, thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media and tomorrow's trial, there's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. But this is like the opposite, isn't it? Sir? Would like to have a look around the Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other buildings and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Emma! Emma! Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dum dum. Where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Is that an organ? Yes, it is. Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bag. I thought I was... Oh! I never could remember where C was. Hmm? Oh. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put the paper he was reading in his desk. So, Riro, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too, with Mr. Marshall's misconduct. And Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Ah, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. Oh, the vase! I just noticed the vase. Look, this is the same vase that we have as evidence. It got broken. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it though. Yes, I am putting my finger on it, the vase. This will be important for sure. Gans, you're very sus. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Hmm? Oh, this office. It was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, I'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems that case isn't over with yet, after all. Yes, very, very sus. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? We have a little clue already, don't we? There's got to be a way we can get inside the chief's office. A way? Snack check. Can you guess what I'm crunching on? Burger remote. Well, as you can hear, it's not a burger. Cookie? No, it's not a cookie. It's a salty thing. A crunchy burger? Does it exist? Peanuts? No, not peanuts. This is like long slices of toasted bread with sunflower seeds. Yes, that's what it is. It's salty. It's pretty nice. No one's here today, not even Miss Star. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Ah. Hang in there, Lana. We will solve this case! I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. Yes. Mr. Edgeworth isn't here. Maybe he's been questioned by an inquiry committee? It took a real beating in court today. Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago. I guess we'll just have to come back later. Who's your favorite character from the case so far? Oh, from this case specifically? Good question. I really like Emma as a character. Yes, I think I mentioned it before, but I like her more than Maya. Yes, I somewhat like her more than Maya. But I didn't just like Maya either. And also Edgeworth. I mean, Edgeworth is a very interesting character. Nerd privilege? Nerd privilege? I mean, I like her glasses. Okay, move. Everyone likes Edgeworth. I didn't like him at first. But then, character development and stuff. Yes, I ended up liking him. Hey, Paul. Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Oh my god. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the office, the police. It's hard to eat and read at the same time. The police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. The falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. I also have a chalky cereal bar here. I'll just snack real quick. Do you like the dancing mascot? Does he count as a character? The dancing mascot? I don't know. I mean, it is kinda cute. And he is quite important to the case. I like it will solve the case. Don't tell me! No spoilers! And which is your favorite character so far? Tell me, tell me, tell me! Which is your favorite character so far? Could it be Gumshoe? Everyone here likes Gumshoe. Old bag? No, but I'm speaking about this case. Old bag isn't in this case. Edgeworth? Gumshoe. Riro, another character in game. I don't count. I like the judge. Oh, interesting. I like the sheriff. The Iceman and Mickens. The Iceman. That's a good way to call him. Damon Gans. How did I call him? The orange. The orange guy. I like Angel Star. Yeah, she's a very interesting character. Like, at first, when she was testifying in court, it looked like she wasn't really that detective. Like, really that good at being detective. Or something. But it isn't true at all. Like, it's not that she did mistakes. She just had a reason to lie in the court. They all seem very smart. You too, Gumshoe, you too. Phoenix? No one likes the background computer guy. Why wouldn't you like him? He doesn't even have a sprite. A literal background character. He doesn't even have a name. I wonder if Marshall taught him how to shave because of the band-aid. Yeah. Marshall taught me how to shave as well. Relatable plus good posture. Ah! You're talking about this guy? I thought you were talking about the other guy on the office. Hydration check. I only ever eat these cereal bars on stream. I hope it's water. What else could it be? It's not Pepsi, I swear. It is water. Water check. No, no sugar water. It's actual water. Okay. Let's continue. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Anaska is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, a prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there've been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now, with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime, it's my treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. It seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. It's because you are not young and not popular. I see how it is, Gumshoe. It's okay. You are popular amongst us. Me and the Star Chat, right? We do love Gumshoe here. He is popular among us. Yes? Right, guys? Anyway, I am a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Gumsock love, yes. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier. Well, the coffee was brewing. He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl? Me. It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was a girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His powers of recollection never fail to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Okay. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. A businessman? What made him take a serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So it was an accident? An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. An animal? He killed the man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a kid. Walked over my dad, so he killed me. Oh my god, what the fuck? Finally, he turned himself in. A Joker came upon the scene and he was killed as well. What the fuck? How many people did he kill in that moment? Seems he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily, Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness. Emma. Okay, what did we need to present? we wanted to present this. About this. Hey, is it? It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of? What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife been locked away in the locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker and was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it! Now remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it's all come back to me. Well, what was it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again! Murder weapon. This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus, it had his fingerprints on it too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well, anyway. I'm sure really felt like a good detective saying that. It's okay, guys, it's okay. Take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet, down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Stabs in the back, died from... This is the first time we hear about this. Okay. Well, there we have it in a nutshell. That's how I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gans. $50, please. It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief out now. The chief's out now, and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that is okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. What? Really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'll be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, Paul. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Oh. So in other words, Gamshow is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. What can we show him? I mean, the jar is important here. But I don't think he knows. I don't think he cares. The mascots? Why would it be important here? Was allegedly dancing in the evidence room? I don't think so. The picture? Which picture? We have a lot of different pictures. We have a lot of evidence here. I'm not sure what exactly should I give him. photo, maybe? The one from this, from the office. This one. Okay, yes. I could do that. Present. Let me share a little advice with you as a detective. If you don't have a clue, keep your trap shut. I'll keep that in mind. Okay. He doesn't care about this one. About that jar. I think I've seen it before somewhere. Somewhere? Or maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives. This must be the most uninformative detective I've ever met. Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me. Chief Gant? Where could I have seen that before? Here! You saw it here! Ah! I don't think it's this. Oh, the free boy. The boy's found. Okay. The missing tip? This is what Gumshoe gave me. The ID list. Yes, I thought about that. Yeah, because we still don't know whose number is 7777. That's the ID card record, isn't it? Yes, there's only one number left to investigate at 4:20 p.m. The victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive officer number. Yes. That's 17 too many, Detective. An executive officer. I just might have a hunch. But it wasn't it. I have to change his mind somehow. Hey, that's it! That's the gang of prosecutors hour that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day. Are you at the award ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, Paul. I got an award for diligence myself. Congratulations. Yeah, I remember. We already had this conversation. Yeah. Okay, it wasn't the ID list. I can't believe Officer Marshall. You know Officer Marshall? Of course I do. He was like a mentor to me. When I first started out, he even gave me a small cactus. Really? He said, Dick shall listen to all your troubles. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe talks to a cactus. Hard to believe he's just a patrolman now. Someone ought to trade places with him. What? Are you looking at me like that? XD. Pulse for the Drake Jones. I've been studying up on those files. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. Do you think people are accusing him of injustice? I, for one, ain't buying it, Paul. You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah. It was a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know? After all, a serial killer was on the loose. Ultana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty. He gave me this. Yes, this doesn't make sense. Okay, this I presented. This. Now look, I can be... Yes. Besides... Yes. Hey, wasn't your locker the one with the blood on it, detective? The handprint of the real murderer's gloved hand without any fingerprints. If they come to arrest me, you'll defend me, won't you? If that happens, I think you'll do better playing the net with Edgeworth. The glove. No, this. Okay. Oh, lost item report, huh? Okay, but... we talked about this before the trial. From a past case, screwdriver. Did I check it, by the way? Screwdriver. Does it have anything interesting aside from the number? E60, 16? How's it got to do with anything? Nothing, apparently. At least, that's what Edgeworth said. That'd make it seem all more suspicious. Who knows, this might turn out to be the clue that breaks the case. Wouldn't that be nice? Okay. Hey, just bought some of that stuff. Now I can go around detecting blood traces too. We can try that in the office. Ah, Gumshell? Don't you want to? Don't you want to? Oh, is that a new type? I've never seen that bottle before. Add 3 inches to your base high. Base high? Hey, let me see that. Blooming tall. New unimproved growth formula? What? You mean this can't detect any blood traces? What the heck was that? A shampoo? Oh wow, it's not quite the same thing as liminal. So that's why the lady in the counter had that smear on her face. I have too many things! Uh-huh, yes, we talked about this. Do I have to keep presenting stuff? This guy almost made us lose the case today. What are you talking about? He was guarding the blood stain of that evidence locker with his life. That's more than you can say about most officers nowadays. It would have saved us a lot of trouble if he hadn't guarded it so well. I have to admit he's right though. Thanks to the Blue Badger, we were able to prove another possibility today. The possibility that another murder took place prior to 5:15 p.m. Maybe the evidence we need is still out there? Yep. Let's try moving. Where though? I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is! It looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? You sure was quick to throw the paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? Tough day in court. I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. There is no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work. So tell me why? Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? That is odd. After Name Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been a part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at that time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture. Something seemed strange about it. It did the crime. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You're participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this? Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes. Just odds and ends. Clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold onto that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. Gant's more saucy with every second. I know, right? This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. What? I actually took the picture? Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding is a little different than yours. Yeah, Yes, you're right. Ah, I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trial file looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. I see. Okay. Right, please. I'm the prosecutor of this case. You don't expect me to sit here and just... Okay. Fine! This? Do you care? He doesn't. Okay! Just call me! Let me examine that piece of paper. I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth! Isn't Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's fallen to the ground! Hold on. First let me see what this girl is doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. What? Letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says... Letter of resignation? Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? Oh my god! What? I feel as if something inside me has died. Oh my god. But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Oh my god. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. Edgeworth discarded letter of resignation. He's serious. Oh my god. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written in 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story? Me? Oh, sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it though? For Emma's sake. He doesn't know. Very well. Long ago, in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Oh, there is a contradiction. Wait a minute. Objection! Exactly. Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus, the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. By the way, is it merchant or merchant? How do I pronounce it correctly? I will actually look it up. Merchant? Oh, merchant?
Merchant.
Okay. I was doubted. Maybe because of the French classes I took from Porty, there was a similar word to that one, and it was pronounced. Oh, it was pronounced again. Michelle? I don't remember. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss of words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. It's an interesting story. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the awards abolished. Chief Gant. Well, I see. 2 years ago. Okay, I see. Dum 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 dum. Can we talk about this? Oh. I can read the whole thing? Due to recent events, I hereby announce my resignation as public prosecutor. Early wrote a resignation letter. Oh, even when resigning, Mr. Edgeworth is cool and concise. Still, it wasn't his fault. Someone has to be held responsible. That's how it is in the grown-up world. Yeah, but that responsibility means nothing if he just quits. Well, not everyone sees it that way. To truly take responsibility, you should have to work the rest of your life for no pay. What the heck? That's one tough grown-up world here. They say where there's smoke, there's fire. Apparently, I was so caught up in the smoke, I lost sight of the truth. Edgeworth. The others are right. I have no right to serve as a prosecutor. But Mr. Edgeworth, you are only doing your job. I've always made my own decisions about what I can and cannot do. That hasn't changed. Forgiving myself is something I cannot do. Uh-oh, I think he's serious, okay. I have to do something. I wonder if we can use it for anything. Okay. Did I talk to him about this already? Yes. Yes, okay. Yes, we know this already. Okay, let's talk to... I was thinking for a second. Do you remember that we saw blood here in this office? I wonder if we can talk with Edgeworth about it. Let me see. Spray? Or is it... Oh yes, this. What? It looks like some blood was dripped down here. Judging by the amounts, I guess it's from a nosebleed. A nosebleed, Maybe in his wrath, Mr. Edgeworth slapped someone for the incompetence. Okay, nah. Edgeworth doesn't tell us anything. Okay, let's move then. Let's talk to Gumshoe. Excuse me. Thank you, I was hungry. Would either of you care for a quarter-pound of roast beef? Miss Star, I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't be all attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, you won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Miss Star's hatred towards Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. All the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Anna Sky. My sister? The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Shiv Gant. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong. Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you didn't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us, save Goodman, were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Sky transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Sky was merely being used as a pawn. This is my take on the matter. She was being used? Damon Gantz and Lana Sky. Gantz led the investigation, with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gantz's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean forged evidence? Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked, and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would ever have recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Star. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Being used. Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief. That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her to change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star. You listen to me, Rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Okay, Miss Star, thank you so much. This could be super important. This will be super important. Yanti's trading in Lana with her sister? Who knows? Who knows? That man is scary. Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Drinking coffee, copying files. I'm doing the regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer is still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. It would be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's got to be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. Yes. Look at this. What's this crumbled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edward can't be serious! Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they've pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice, too. But I know different now. He trusts us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him! Detective. Aww. That's it. I've made up my mind. Wait! Here, take my ID card. We can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least, let me do this. For Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective. Thank you. Thank you, Gumshoe. Your sacrifice won't be in vain! Let's go. Here goes, Mr. Right. Bam, 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 bam. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. What? No, Emma, you slapped him. Oh, sorry, I thought you were a ghost. What the heck? I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. This is not even the first time. Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card! I hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. That is true. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. I got a bad feeling about this. That desk on the other side of the room. Was that your sister's? Yes. That's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. Oh? That's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk? No one except Chief Gant. And the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Right? Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be. No. What? What? No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. What? What? Gumshoe! Okay. Now then, let's look around a bit more. What? Are you doubting me or something? Hey, hold on, not so fast, buddy. Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, Paul. It is bothering me. You don't just let it go. Dad. Sorry. This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? I mean, yes, we do think that. What? He's right, Mr. Right. What do we think of him? Chief Gant.
Ace attorney. Rise from lawsuits.
Thanks for the super chat. Chief Gant, so it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. Okay, time to do an examination. Let me see. The desk. Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier... Oh, it's you too. Chief Gant. He put the paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though. Hey, look at the case name. Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what... No, about evidence lists. Normally, they're twice as long? That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-sized list of evidence. The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it! The chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so. List of evidence in the SL9 instance was ripped in half, so this part is all I've got. Can I look at it? Can I take a look-see? What is this? What is this drawing? I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. This is the killing. What the heck? What is it? Did you find something? I can't make it out. I'd better keep quiet about it for now. Oh no, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright? I'd better not forget about this picture. What the heck? I didn't expect this. Emma's drawing. Oh, yes, okay, I remember now. She made a drawing. She made a drawing, yes, I remember. Can't we read this side? I want to read it. Check? No. Okay. This is a safe, isn't it? Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. Do you know what it is? I have an idea, yes. I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date? It's, Dum, 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 dum. Here goes nothing. Blah, 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 blah. Why did it sound like a microwave? Bingo! What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, Paul? 77777. The final ID card number on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 777? Yes. That ID number? I think you're 17 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Whoa. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's a... The piece. A shard from a broken cup. This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? I wonder. There's something else in here too. What's this? Looks like a piece of leather cloth. It's a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chef made up the design? I don't think so. It was just a thought. Is that it? This is all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it, and a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Right, now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. Well, at least I can prove it. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident? Come on, there got to be something we can show the detective. Okay, but before continuing this, I want to do a spray check. Where's my magical spray? I'm just curious. And I'm scared that I won't be able to do this once we get caught. Spraying. What? Huh? Wow, this area must have been covered in blood. Is it from that incident? It must be. And prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. 2 years have passed, so the reaction's kind of dull. So murder really did take place here. What's that, by the way? Anything else? I'm just curious. No, probably nothing else. Okay. Prisons. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put that back together. Ah, those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One of the shards has an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found? You mean this one that was in the safe? Yes, that one. That was in the safe. Now that you mention it, it is ringing a lot of bells. Ding, 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 ding. Let's see if it fits. I feel like if we assemble them now, I'll get caught. Oh well. Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, Paul. Show us what a rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. If I can piece this together again, it will prove Chief Gantz was not only hiding evidence. Here goes. Uh-huh. There! It fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gantz willingly had knowingly F, who willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But hey guys, get a lot of this. What is it? This piece you just attached. It's different from the others. There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line. That's blood. I don't get it. Why will Chief Gant hide this in his safe? Evidence from... Okay. Blood traces, yes. Detective Gamshow, I'd like you to have a look at this. Hey, I know what it is. So, you want to take some fingerprints? That's a great idea, Detective. Alright, go to town. Shish. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh, haha! I knew that! Sure. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sure. Sheesh. Where's your sense of humor? Show. Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then, once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away. I'll tell you, my mom? I didn't have to be told a million times. What was that response? Alright, let's get this over with. Let's go. Yeah. What? It wasn't destined for some reason. What the heck? Dun, dun. Let's do this again. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Ah, okay. Now yes. Okay. I gave it my best shot. What kind of results won't be any good for matching prints, will it? But it doesn't look like we'll get a clearer result from this print. Okay, let's try a different finger then. Okay, let's try this one. Okay, this one is very clear. Let's just dust it a little more. Okay. Emma Sky? Okay. No. How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought that'd be Drake's prints. Psst. Hey you, over here. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the shift safe? Don't ask me. Let's just skip this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold onto this. Evidence for something, but what? Where's Emma Sky's prints? Well, was there any help? Of course! Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. It's time. Now that's not very kind, is it? Oh no, will we get punched or electrocuted like we did from Von Karma? It's over. Goodbye, guys. Adios. In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Worst case, okay. The worst case scenario. Isn't that right, you in the coat? What you get? We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in science. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean mister? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Monsieur? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needed it anymore. But sir... Now get out. Yes, sir. We'll be on our way too then. Wait, you, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Monsieur? I'd like a word with you. But sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair, you're free to go. Mr. Ron, oh no! We're not leaving Emma with him, what the heck? No! What the heck? Look, Paul, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The ship's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it would be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gantz was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. Now he will threaten Emma too? Threaten Emma. Ah. I just fled away. Yeah, what the fuck? How did we let Emma there by herself? What the heck, right? But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, Paul. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Okay, let's go. Talk to me. I have to admit I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question might have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name? I mean... Well, this guy? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind this forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with that evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. Of course I have proof. You want proof of the chief's wrongdoings? Here it is. That's evidence proves someone is doing something wrong, alright. But it's not the chief. Who would that be? Why, you, of course. Me? Yes. You seriously believe that you're saying what you're saying, don't you? Now that's scary. What? You seem to have the markings of a criminal in you. What's with all your fallacious accusations? What the fuck? Care to spend tonight in the cell next to mine? What the fuck? If you ask me, you're the scary one. Okay. What the fuck? What the fuck was that? Okay, I also have this. I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece on this piece of cloth! I did click the piece of cloth, didn't I? What the heck? She's trying... She's trying to gaslight it? Guys, I did click the piece of cloth, didn't I? She was gaslighting me for real. Do you know what these are? They are pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's all you surmised. I cannot disobey the chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty for murder. What the fuck? Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. In the murder of Detective Goodman, or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. So she killed him because he ordered her to? Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that he was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Okay. So she did. No, maybe she didn't. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife! Okay! So that was what Angel Star saw! That will be Edgeworth's knife? That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thoughts of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that is a reason for the bandage on your right hand? Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Star, huh? Yeah. Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want to be up. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So you hid Dark's knife? The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. This case is so complicated. An Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right, then I called my sister. To tell her what happened and ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. Ooh. I would explain why Emma is so confident about Lena's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident has been murdered. Ah, the lead investigator, yes. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh my god! Oh, you mean... Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. This is crazy! This is crazy! He disguised himself as Detective... Yes, this wasn't just a coincidence. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had... Oh! The plots keep connecting. Yeah! And Marshall kept quiet. That means Lana did well trust in him, didn't she? He really kept quiet in court. He had already stolen the ID card. But it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone calls caused the incidents in the evidence room? Oh my god. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial, there's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago? Blah, 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 blah. Yes. Gans will be destroyed, humbled, and embarrassed. Oh, I can't wait to see his faces. Okay. This is the defendant's lobby, alright. But there is no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Oh, yes, okay. Edgeworth. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 777777 ID number that is? Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a rolling. 5 minutes, right, and Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. But she didn't do it! I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth. everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today is the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? Okay, This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. Edward helped us too much, I feel. Yes, he's been helping us all this time. But yes, this is very important. What he said now is very important. Because that probably means we, like... The number is the last thing we have to bring up, you know? Oh, this is last trial! Okay, there we go then. First I'll go to pee real quick. I'm sorry, I drank too much water. Can you wait for me for 5 minutes? I'll go away for 5 minutes, okay? 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 Will you wait for me for 5 minutes? No, don't cry. Why would you cry? It'll be hard, we will manage. I'll come back soon. Do not worry. Do not cry. Do not cry. You won't even notice how fast the time flies. I'll be back right now, okay? Okay? See you now! going to be away for longer because I wanted to snack in peace without reading anything. But you are crying in chat. I can't just leave you. I can't just leave you there crying. Of course I'm back. Of course I'm back. I wouldn't leave you alone like that. I'm having a cookie. And I brought some juice. She's back. Of course I'm back. My grandma asked me, like, did you finish? I was like, no, I didn't. And just like, oh my god, you streamed for so long. Aren't you tired? Grandma, you wouldn't understand. This is Ace Attorney. This is the SL9 case, Grandma. You don't get it. This is the last... The last trial, Grandma. I have to do this now. I'll just snack a little, real quick. Yeah, wouldn't stop at this moment. I mean, I would have to wait another week for the answers. I want to continue this right now. Well, people, just it's apple juice with flowers and white tea. Fancy. It's yummy. Yeah, I don't know how to translate these flowers, but it has flowers, yes. Fancy juice, yes. Sorry for you, but I have to play Ace Attorney, Riro, probably. Oh. Riro, did you have your daily bink? I mean, what the... No and no. What the heck? I didn't have the privilege of being brought a burger by my brother, so no burger. Burgerless, yes. That's me. Maybe this Saturday. I wonder if there are binkies that taste like burgers? I mean... Do you know the type of binkies? Where you can put foods like fruits, you know, like a piece of tangerine, and you give it to the baby, and they chew into the binky, and they suck the juice from the fruit. I mean, in theory, you can do that with a burger. Okay, let's continue. Ready to continue? Ready? How the heck do you know that I mean, next question. Are you ready to continue? Okay, let's go. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant! Oh my god. He spawned. Morning, folks! How's everyone doing? Hey, G! Been back to the pool yet? Nah, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say, the defendant, asks me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do that? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. What are you plotting, Gant? What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. She's gonna confess, isn't she? Yeah, basically. I mean, she confessed already. I confess to all charges against me. On February 21 of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana! Objection! Hell yeah, objection! Hell yeah, I object! You can't! That's not even the truth! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there is no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This could be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant... Objection! And Emma comes to the court.
Objection!
No, Edgeworth objected. Edgeworth objected, okay. One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has now yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you. But why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, hmm? No. I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, hmm? Not Tarion operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh? To whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Emma Sky. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue... I don't care what you think, Miss Sky. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Ooh, worthy. You'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Sky, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. There you go, Wedgie boy! Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Sky. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. You sure gave him fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. Two years ago, I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. Let's go. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes. She was second in command under the deputy chief of police Gant. My sister. She was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Sky used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Anna promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. A man. Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. What was the prosecutors doing there? That day, there were two people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. I almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't clearly remember what happened then, but... Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on, and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out? Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right. But just then, lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image on the scene in my mind of the scene. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes. Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. Hear more. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes. That's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but... at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. The picture we saw. A picture, yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? Ask about the picture. This picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost. You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes. That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall did. Yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken? But I did draw it, I swear. I'm not just imagining it. This picture that Emma drew, that reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again. I remember. Well, anyway, let's continue. This scene that imprinted an image in your mind. Can you please describe it to us? The man. That must have been a real shock. Even now when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly. Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage. A lightning struck and the lights went out. Mr. Marshall jumped on Drake. I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them. Emma doesn't have any reason to lie, but Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can. About the drawing. It is not lost. Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor of that case, I wasn't handed such picture. That might well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold. This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over? Turn it... What's this? Meow. Good thing I checked this. Good thing I checked this document because otherwise I wouldn't know what to do here probably. Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it! That's the picture I drew! Indeed, two men appear to be resting here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handled 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here, where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Blah, 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 blah. But Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor. Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. The evidence list was torn in half. Then there might be more of the drawing on the back of the Edwards list. Be more of the drawing. Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let's see. Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something... There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. No fucking way. What the fuck? They never turned it around. Wow, what the fuck? How would you never turn it around? This makes no fucking sense. And what the heck, the blue badger? That's that thing. Small brain mistake. That thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Evidence list restored and updated in the court record. Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. This is a picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were the shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first I was in such a state of shock I couldn't do anything. During that time the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was planned in charge, under the direction of Damon Gantz and Lana Skye. 2 or 3 days later, the memory should still have been fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? Yeah. So at the time you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue? No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor. Okay, so... She didn't see... Wait, she didn't see him at all? You were knocked to the floor? Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No, I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drew off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. That's what I just said earlier. Anyway, this picture. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course. This is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives? Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I'd better watch out, or he might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives. So I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Huh? Oh, well. That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. What is the contradiction? This is supposed to be Marshall. This is supposed to be the killer. This is supposed to be the knife. The weapon? Yeah, it has to be the knife. But what about the weapon? Its color? For some reason it's white, it's not black. It's not a knife. She said something about being stabbed in the chest. Why does it look like that? Yeah, I have no idea. It actually doesn't make sense. Stabbing with a rectangle. I mean, if it was a knife, it would be like a shadow of a knife, just like the shadow of them, you know? It would be a black knife, but for some reason it's white. Was it like half transparent or something? What was it? Stabbed with a ruler? Geometry kinda dangerous. Wait, let me save. And now I'll try presenting crazy things. What's about the broken knife? No. Nothing. Shows exactly what I saw in that instant. The size of the weapon in hand? I didn't see the SL9 incident. Okay, check. Ah, but I can only check this. Let me check this. This rectangle. A picture of the trophy, yes. I was looking at it. It is hard, yes. Was it the cup jar as the weapon? But that doesn't make sense, does it? Or you mean like the broken jar? It can only be the jar, but it doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like it. I mean, it is just a messy drawing, but... Could it be a piece of a jar? I don't know. It doesn't look like it. Maybe she saw the swords in the trophy. Yeah, I believe it is the swords over the jar, not the jar. He holds it on the handle. I don't think it's a jar. It doesn't look like the jar. The sword. Okay. I don't know, I'll try presenting the picture. It's not it. It's not the picture, it's not the picture. She mentioned something about the victim being stabbed in the chest and the autopsy says in the back. But she stopped mentioning it after she focused on the drawing. Wait, doesn't Blue Badger have some kind of a pattern that kind of looks like a squarish thing? I don't think it's related. The badger didn't exist back then, yeah. It was not supposed to exist. Was removed against behest. This picture shows exactly what they saw in that instant. You have an autopsy, maybe? Okay. The autopsy. This one, right? Stabbed in the back. In the back. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? The part where he got stabbed? Doesn't sound convincing. That's because the drawing stinks! Mr. Wright, how could you? The act of making an innocent girl cry should earn the death penalty. Oh my fucking god. Fine. Okay, yeah. I'll point to this thing. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see the tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. That is true. That was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly went up there. That's right, but what does this mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. Wait, there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Objection, 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 objection! Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence. You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Yeah! Order. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors' awards at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During this questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story there is a lie. I'm not lying. Man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there is no other way around it. This could have been the actual murder weapon. Could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? Could there? I don't remember seeing anything about another. But then again, like, there was hidden evidence. The sword? Oh, that's true. But it wasn't broken, wasn't it? The award? If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright. In that instance, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. Murder weapon was already broken per the murder. The murder. Oh, there's only one way. Okay, let me save. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. Trophy? The trophy? Could it be? The broken shell. Oh, yes, this one is broken. That is true. If anything's broken here, it's you. Huh? I'm sure this must all be very amusing to you, Mr. Wright. It's over. This is the end. Reload, yes. See, good thing I saved. Yes. Let's continue. Take a look at this. The real murder weapon, something that was broken. This?
Take that!
Load. Yes. Something broken. In a picture? In the picture. Here you mean? Something broken? Wasn't it this award? I think it's this thing. Yes, we can present it. Yes. Let's present the picture.
Take that!
The answer lies in the past, 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. This is a picture of the award ceremony. What is this, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife. But how did she take the knife from it? I thought that like everything was glued. And if he used the whole thing, it would look different in the drawing. I mean... magic, I guess. That's a broken knife. It's detachable, maybe. Yeah, that's the only explanation. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out his knife. This knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Huh? Why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors' awarded knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been prosecutor's name Marshall. Oh. But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright had been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Who's holding it? Wait! I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back? I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time, I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked these parts away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Sky? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife, mix up, and now the blue badger. Just what the heck? This should be interesting. Wasn't it supposed to not exist at that time? When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger? He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. The blue badger is time traveler, what the heck? This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That will mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense... Stop, please. Don't pursue this any further. Lana, what's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. Blah 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 blah. Emma's recollection? Dum 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 dum. And you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark? Yes, at least I think it was him. You think? All I could really see were shadows. Wait, so you don't even know if you saw Joe Dark? I thought it was a fact up till now. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports. So then you... Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. But as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that Dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I've gotta help that other person. Don't forget to save, yes. Yes, because I can't fail. I don't have more lives. What do you mean, you think? It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly, but I did. It's all kind of a blur. Miss Sky was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young girl. So then, what happened next? The blue badger, just what the heck? Are you sure about this? Of course, see? I even drew a picture of him here. Wait. It was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast. The chief of detectives is the orange man, right? The Gant Yeah, the orange dude. Isn't it? Because also up until now I thought Gumshoe designed this thing. But Orange Man is the chief of police? Yeah, not the chief of detectives. He's the chief of police. Gumshoe made the robot. The chief made the mascot. Who's the chief of detectives? And that was just this year. The Blue Badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember. Oh, brother. Just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion? Oh my god, the Blue Badger. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face, with its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That might well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. And I suppose you have an explanation? If so, then by all means, please tell us what this shadow really was. What was it Emma saw? When that lightning flashed, let me save. Who is this Blue Badger, really? The Blue Badger hadn't even been dreamed up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the Blue Badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room? Mr. Wright. In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us the mysterious Blue Badger look like. Let me see. Is it this thing? I don't think so, isn't it? Let me just check this again. Three horns. A shadow of something with 3 horns. What's the nerd emote? Did you figure it out already? I mean, I can only think of the vase. But the vase doesn't exactly look like that, does it? I mean, yeah, if you turn it like upside down, it kinda does. Mysterious Blue Badger was in fact just what the heck? But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the Blue Badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, What if we were to change our viewpoint? If it was fallen. Yeah! Like this. Yeah? Like this, more or less. Yes. Like fallen. Like... Fuck. Yeah, like this. But it's rotated. How do I rotate it? No, not like this. Rotate left, rotate right. Yeah, like this. Oh my god. Like this. Can I present it? Yeah. I didn't right. I got to make it look like the badger, but I did. Allow me to remind the defense its case hinges on the witness's drawing. If Mr. Wright can't match the shape the witness drew, he cannot accept his claim. A right angle. Okay. I mean, it just kinda look like it for me. The freaking music. Uh-huh. Can it click somehow when I do it correctly? Please. Just like that, upside down? It's very picky good black. Oh no. Can I move the picture? No, I can't. It should slate it. It should have had snap assist. That seems to be it. I mean, yeah, for me it does look like it. This is it, isn't it? Like this. I don't know how to make it more perfect. What do you mean it isn't right? The correct angle. This is torture. Right from the other way around, maybe? What do you mean other way around? Like this, but it doesn't make sense because... Ah, no, fuck! No, I didn't want to present. Try to take the jar from the non-blood stain inside. Okay, let me see. Like this, and then like this. And then I rotate, and then I rotate a bit more. I like this. I don't know if it makes sense. It has to be the bloodstained. Otherwise, the top thing is too big, isn't it? The top circle is too big. Allow me to remind the defense. Okay, yes. I think it has to be this side. Fuck no. Yeah, I know. At least you don't take damage, yeah. looks perfect like this. What else can I do? I can't make it better. It's literally perfect.
Take that!
Yes, finally! I did it! Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar resemblance to the blue badger. You did it, yes! Riro has a good eye. Order! The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this.
Objection!
Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So the badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well then. Please tell us. What's different now that the witness saw this jar? The location? The murder weapon? The murderer? I mean, we kinda assumed the murder. I can't say it right now. Oh yeah, I can. It's supposed to not be the murder weapon because it was the thing from the award. The murderer? The location? Allow me to take this in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of this jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happens on the other side of the room, the Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body? From Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. How would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact the man made when she was knocked into the wall? Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility. Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In the moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Alien. Mr. Marshall died because of me? No. Oh my god. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life. And then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. Wow! Rana, what are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances... Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. Unless we call Maya. Wasn't she a medium? This has all been a wild-goose chase from the beginning. Touché, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. I mean, there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. On the jar. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life, in one manner or another. That's impossible. Mr. Wright, This is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? I've got to think back to the court record. Isn't the evidence? This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Kai. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek: the truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. Yeah! Hello, Lucky Charms! Hello, Fuya! Thank you, Fuya, for the raid! Hello, Lucky Charms! Hello, 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 hello! We're mid-trial right now. Very tense trial. Very tense trial. Show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. This is the DLC case. I think this is the last trial of the DLC case of the first Ace Attorney game. That conveys a message from the deceased, I think? Could it be this? It looks like somebody tried to write something here. Can I save? Oh heck, I can't save right now. Okay. I think I will present this. This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he going to just pick the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone forgotten, like, this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone whipped the blood away. Yes, but notice. For some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not whipped away. Wiped away. Uh-huh. Doesn't it look... Could it be Emma name? Yes, there is a line here drawn in blood. So what you're saying is that these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have sipped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points. And the victim's message will become apparent. No. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these blood stains will reveal to us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make letters. It is Emma. It is Emma name, yes. There's only one thing the victim could have written, given the circumstances. His murderer's name. Yes. Yes. Oh no, not from here. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. No, not from here. Then, how does this work? Uh-huh. 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 Yes. But how exactly? Okay. Present. I think we can present it already, yes. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Sky. See, Worthy? Can't say I didn't warn you. Why are you coming here right now? Chief Gant. Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction.
Objection!
But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. What do you mean that's not important? Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. What? Literally what? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up of evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. What the? No! Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. Oh my fucking god. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They may have sent an innocent man to his death. How can he just stand there like it was his fault? Oh my god. Oh my god. Order. The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declares a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. To be continued. Safe, yes. Final day, trial late letter. O sea, so this wasn't the last trial. We still have one more. Yeah, we've been playing for 5 hours already. Yes, I spoke in Spanish for a second. Sorry, Edgeworth. Short stream today. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupted anything, Pauls. Oh my god, Gumshoe was always in the... You appear in the perfect moments. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. His puppy face. I'm getting scolded. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You've got a lot of nerve, Paul, making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it's Lana's having you run errands again. I let me tell you, this is the last time, Paul. What is this evidence law? Here, she asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law? Edward was talking about this just the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. You could at least study some evidence law, really. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Okay. The evidence law. Evidence law for dummies, yes. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me. Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. Oh my god. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility being all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Sky found out she unwittingly caused a man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, Paul. You're missing the point, detective. Anna didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Okay, I think I will leave the rest of the case for the next Monday. Because my throat is hurting a little already after reading so much for 5 hours straight. And I feel like this one, if it's the last trial part, then it would be the longest one. So yes, we will continue it the next Monday, okay guys? Eyes of the Ashes can be tired. I mean, yes, it is very long. I probably wouldn't be that tired if I wasn't reading all the text in the game, but since like it's a lot of text in a very long game, my throat is hurting. Yes, I think I need a little bit of rest. Yes, almost done. We will finish it next Monday. Okay. Let me do this. Okay then. I will save it here. And let's change the screen. Ah. Look. See you tomorrow. Yeah! Today is just the start of the week. Did you see my schedule already? I posted it to YouTube and I posted it to Twitter yesterday. I have 7 streams this week. 7 streams this week. I stream 5 days, 5 normal streams, and 2 member streams. Yes. Looking a lot for you, my Stardusts. Star Childs and Star Champs. Star Bros were getting spoiled. Who's a spoiled Star Chad? Who's a spoiled Stardust? Who? You! So spoiled, I know, right? So spoiled, for real. I do remember remember the schedule, got distracted by the bunny girl. But that artwork is pretty nice. It's pretty nice. It looks very cute. I miss Riro. Tomorrow I stream. Tomorrow I actually have 2 streams, right? Tomorrow, it will be my first time playing Honkai Star Rail, the new game. The new game. Have you played it already? Do you know about that game? I got several odds of Star Rail already. Have you played it? It looks very nice. I really want to try it. And we have the emotes, the new emotes. Member stream, yes. We're drawing a new emote. So, Star Champs, you can already be thinking which emote we draw tomorrow. And yes, tomorrow my first day playing Star Rail. Yes! Another 5-hour stream. Yes, this case is extremely long. I still have to make a playlist for this case. Yeah. I think now I will rest a little and work on some things. There's an emote. Yes, there's a lot of different ideas we can go with. Actually, baby should sleep. I took a nap today. I mean, who's the baby? I took a nap today. It's yet 11 p.m. I want to rest, but I'm not sleepy yet. I do have some things to do. So yeah, thank you so much for being with me today. Playing Ace Attorney is always fun. It's always fun. I'm yawning, but I'm sorry I'm not sleepy. Thanks for playing with me today. We'll continue Ace Attorney next Monday, and tomorrow we'll see each other again. Okay? So, have a nice rest of the evening. See you tomorrow.